$1,100 bid, 11 a quarter, 11 a quarter, 11 a half, 75, 11.75.
We are so happy to be back and would like to thank all of our boosters and buyers who supported the youth in the 2020 auction. We hope to see you again this year at our live auction. Please make sure to get yourselves pre-registered by visiting bejlauction.com.
Here's to the farmer that plants the fields in the spring, that turn from green to that harvest honey. Hold one up for the banker downtown that got him on his feet with handshake of money. Here's to the farmer's wife that loves him every night, raising a son, raising a daughter. They gather around the table, send it up to the father. Somehow they get closer when times get harder. Here's to the farmer.
Hi, I'm Rhett Nielsen with Western Ag Credit in Tremont. When it comes to farming and ranching, it makes sense to work with a lender that understands financing and agriculture. Western Ag Credit specializes in agriculture and offers competitive rates with loans tailored to meet your business needs. Real estate, livestock, equipment, and operating loans are available. Conveniently located on Main Street in Tremont. Stop by today or give us a call, 435-257-0179. Western Ag Credit is your partner in agriculture.
Lincoln Financial specializes in estate, investment, and retirement planning, as well as business benefits. At Lincoln, they are totally impartial, comb through different options to create financial products that a person needs. Lincoln Financial, big city service, small town care.
Roach Ranches supports the people that support them and the fantastic youth of the Valley. Thank you for over 60 years in business, quality seed stocking, gravel, and hunting.
There are many educational components of the Box Elder County Junior Livestock Program. This year, USU Extension Box Elder County and the County FFA programs hosted over 30 educational clinics for participating youth to learn about subjects such as livestock nutrition and disease prevention. Another major educational component of this program is the Carcass Contest, where youth learn real market principles by evaluating their carcasses through ultrasound. This year's Carcass Contest is generously sponsored by Chris and Nancy Sorensen and /M Ranch.
A little over 10,000 years ago, mankind first domesticated cattle. At this exact same time, cattle domesticated us. They give us their milk, their meat, their hides. We give them sustenance and care. And while they may live in pens and fields, farmers and ranchers are just as tied to the land. Our two species have worked together and taken care of each other for centuries. Our relationship is ancient and deep. The bond between us is not a yoke, it's a commitment. A 10,000-year-old promise to provide for our cattle as they provide for us. Zoetis is born of that bond. We We are today's advanced answer to that ancient pact. Every minute of every hour, in countless ways, we help make the bond stronger, healthier, more robust. We help make it unbreakable. We are humankind for cattle kind. We are born of the bond.
All right.
Head, pull it forward, walk them that way, profile head this way. Yes, ma'am. I am figuring this star choice thing out by the end of it. Y'all are lucky. I've now figured the star choice deal out. Yes, ma'am. I'll let you know. That sounds great. You're the clipboard lady? Alrighty. We're good. Yes, sir.
What I was going to say is, the way we've always wanted it, it's a beef show type thing. And so we've got plenty of blue ribbons, we've got plenty of everything. If they're ready, I would just like them whether they're the last blue or whatever. If they're fat and they're good, they're a sellable, good thing. If not, we got red ribbons to go with them. So
you got it.
That's what we like. We just encourage these kids to
Hey, you're the
get these big ones to go. So thank you.
You're the boss.
We should get a purple or a zero one. All right, let's bring our first class in. If we're ready, let's bring our first class in. We got them all. What's that? Yeah, we'll just do it to hold for a minute. Okay, this is our first class, and these steers will weigh from 1225 to 1250. 1225 to 1250. There'll be 8 of them in here. Because they don't want to say everything. But I don't know. We'll looking at this one. So you say that is K?
K, I think.
Hey, I got a question.
Sure.
So like this area, kind of orange one down here, you see that one? So you said like, hey, let's go closer to that way, buddy.
So that's the tap I've already looked at.
So is that what you want to be red, or are you good with that
That's
one?
the kind that's the kind I think that, you know, they're not ready to kill.
Yeah, right. Okay.
So that's what I'm saying.
Just making sure.
You know, if there is, but anything that's fat, that's got
Yep.
a killable thing, I want the kids, because that's what we've been trying to do. Make them know that it's a fat stock kill, whether it's the best fat or the worst fat, that's ready to kill. But if they're not ready to kill, you know, that's what we need.
Just making sure we're good.
Yep.
Make sure we're on the same page.
Yep, that's what I'm saying. Is that,
Yeah, no, we're right.
because I just, I bring forward,
If they're getting the right the ones that feedlot need 62 to 5 digital days.
yep,
That's what you want
that's
to do.
exactly right.
Coming out.
I'm going to stand on this side just long enough. I don't think we need everybody standing in there because they don't walk around the edges.
Yeah, that's
You know.
true. Yeah. So these haircuts are like when I was in high school, like the mullets and the curly hair. It's exactly what we had in high school.
It's all coming round in a circle,
Doesn't
isn't
it? Yeah.
It's like my one aunt. She was, what, almost 90 years old, and her kid says, you know what? You need to get some, they were telling her they need to get some modern clothes or whatever. She says, oh, my clothes have been modern 3 or 4 times all my whole life. So I just wait till they come back in.
Turn into his head, honey. Turn into his head. It's going to be easier. Push it. Push it. Push it. There you go, honey.
right, but that's what Carting said you said to do, you know, but you know.
You did perfect.
So
I'm not one bit unhappy with
yeah.
anything like that, but the kids need to know, and
They got to feed them out. They got to push them, yeah.
Some of them, some of them just think that all you got to do is get it there.
Yeah.
But that isn't our purpose of this, because we got to sell these steers at the end.
Yeah.
And I got to get them killed, and we have to floor them now. So I got to get something done with them. Boom, boom, boom. We can start getting our Class 2 steers ready. We'll be ready here right shortly to start Class number 2, so we can get our Class number 2 steers ready. Check your class lists and make sure if you're in number 2, we're up here getting ready to go.
Well, what a first class we start our steer show with. We start at 12:20, and I think we're getting close to some market weights. For me, there was no question in my eyes which steer wins. When he hits the ring, I just needed him to settle down just a little bit. Red steer's awfully nice, young man. That's a good-looking rascal when you get him right from the side. I like his hip and hind leg design. His shoulder lays in there really good. I'll tell you, he's not the boldest bodied one I've ever seen, young man, but everything on that calf kind of fits together. He's got way more than enough horsepower for me. You work that guy right out of the backside of his just his shoulder. He's big and robust in his rib, just big and wide and square out of his pin set. Nice calf for a young man. You do a really good job. The decision comes between 2 and 3. I elected to go with the white steer. I just think he's a more practical market steer. He's bigger bodied. He's sounder structured. He's a little easier fleshing and a little easier over just his final ribs in terms of just the smoothness to his finish. Now, I'm not saying he's in the same league as the one that wins. You can see that. He's just a little lower the way his shoulder sits into his neck, a little rounder shoulder. When that one gets in gear, he wants to pull the point of his hock in ever so slightly. He doesn't have the look and presence of the red steer that wins. A nice steer that comes in third, he's probably heavier muscled than the one in second. But for me, I just want to see him relax him in his rear pastern, young man. That thing gets just a little tight the way he's built back here. He wants to knuckle him ever so slightly when he gets in motion. That thing's got a ginormous pin set and lots of muscle from behind. I went with the structure advantage. This is the muscle advantage. Do what you want to between 2 and 3. I wouldn't argue with you. Probably the soundest calf of the top 4, or the soundest calf of 2, 3, and 4 is the one in 4. That one's really good in terms of his skeleton. He's functional. That's a good bodied steer that looks like he's pretty mellow over his 12th and 13th. A steer just doesn't have the look and just balance that I'm after today. You get right behind him and compare him to the steers that go above him. He doesn't have the muscle and just wit to roll with him. The 1 in 5 is a moderate, good bodied, good structured steer. I got to see that one accommodate his added finish with just a little more muscle shape and just a little more just spread up high. Nice calf. The steers that conclude the class are just really, they're sound on their feet and legs. I just like to see them have a notch more time on feed, get a little deeper bodied, but a little smoother in the way they lay their finish on. But the kiddos are working really hard. Let's give the Class 1 Marcus Steer exhibitors a nice round of applause.
All right. Tristan Sorson was our number 1 star in this class, and Jackson Egley had the number 2 steer. Stars in our class right here. We're going to bring our class number 2 in. If we could start to come with our class number 2. And these steers will range from 1256 to 1280. 1256 to 1280. Pretty tight class right here. We've got some nice steers coming in this second class. can come anywhere you want to come. How's that? What do you want to do?
I'll just come right here at the gate. Let's have our class number 3 be ready to go here in just a few minutes. Class number 3, be ready here in just a few minutes.
A nice class as we move into class 2 in our steer show. I think all these cattle are pretty good. I think they've reached their end point. I think they're nice type of market cattle. I think when we put them in a show ring, I think we got to take some more bells and whistles to them. For me, I think the one that's just the most complete is the young lady's yellow calf that leads off. I really like his moderation. I love just the shape and turn he's got about his rib cage. That one's big and massive from behind. You put your hands on that guy. I'm just guessing he's probably just a nickel planer in terms of his shape. I think he's maybe just pushing just a little extra cover than we just could deem ideal. I think that goes well when we hang him upside down. But out here, I just like to see him just leaner and a little more shapely in the way he goes about it. His angles read right. I think that calf's a notch longer bodied, so he doesn't just want to just catch his stride. But I like that calf a good deal the young lady's got. Young man in second, I like this one's mohawk. I'll be honest with you, I've never seen it before, but I think we should make it a trend. I did dig this one, man. This one's long-necked. He's really good structured. That thing's shape is gnarly out of the backside of his shoulder. Now, I'll tell you, young man, when we just make that rock his shape so good and just expression, he's not as just smooth in his just appearance from the side. I want to deepen him in his rear rib and flank. His pin bone set's just a little bit low. I want to pick it up in him. That's a good-looking steer that's really shapely in his muscle. You do a nice job with, young man. The 1 and 3 is presented to an absolute T. I love this one's just fit job and clip job out here. That thing's big and wide out of his pin set. That thing's relatively comfortable in terms of his feet and legs. We start talking aesthetically, the way that thing utilizes his hip and his hock and his pastern. We just critique him just a little bit. A nice set to his hock standing still. He doesn't want to flex and just use his pastern. He knuckles it just a little bit. I want to see him deeper and just a notch more swaggier in terms of his rear rib and flank. But a steer that's shapely, a steer that's sound, a steer that's good bodied. The 1 and 4, another one that's really late maturing. I like this guy in terms of just his look and his balance and his structure. For me, you catch that guy out of the backside of his shoulder, he's not nearly as impressive as the 3 that run ahead of him. From right here, young lady, I just need more. I need more width, and I need just more horsepower. The 1 and 4, great, moderate, good fat steer right here, buddy. I think this one, we have 100 of them, we're in business. That one will get choice. That one will be a yield grade 3, we're in business. We put them in a show ring. This one needs more extras for me, okay? Needs more extras in terms of his look and his balance. The extra one is right here in terms of look, balance, and structure. For me, I just got to see him accommodate his added frame with just more body and more stretch throughout, just power him up. 2 cattle on down the line that are good structured, maybe just a little plainer in their look, maybe just a little general the way to utilize their hip and hind leg. I just want to see a notch more muscle when you stand right behind them and get on top of their skeletons. A good class. My compliments all the way through on a nice class 2 market steers. Let's give him a nice round of applause ringside.
Okay, if we can bring in our class number 3, and these steers will weigh from 1291 to 1311. 1291 to 1311. Be 9 of these calves right here. Let's bring class number 3 in. Class number 3 and class number 4, be getting your steers ready. We'll be calling on you in just a few minutes. In this last class, Annie Walker had the number 1, and number 2 was Landon Munns. We'll be bringing those star class steers back, and here at the end of the show and stuff to see. We sure do like looking at these steers and seeing them. We raise the weights on these steers up to 12 and a quarter, and it's just brought a lot of good marketable steers in here, and we sure do appreciate the job that they have done in raising these steers, because it sure has made our steer show a lot better show, and these steers really shine now. These steers, there will be 9 of them from 1291 to 1311. not here?
Is that in this class? I don't know. One of them got away.
Oh dear.
Like broke off, so they're catching it. She's supposed to be
Okay.
in this class.
Okay. Are they coming?
They gotta catch the steer.
Okay. All
The
right.
halter broke.
All right, we're going to be 1 little minute with one more steer coming. As they were coming up here, we had a halter break, and they're trying to get a new halter on. So they'll be here right shortly. So we'll be bringing one more in just a second. Hi.
I don't know.
We just had one of those. I think they called it a costume malfunction or something, but we'll have one more steer coming in here just a second. It's like they're getting something done for it. There we go. We've got them all in now. Class number 3. Yeah. Oh boy, there's always got to be something. Oh yeah. Poor girl. How would she Yeah, there you go.
certainly picking up in quality as we talk about the top 4 steers in this particular class. I think they're all really good. For me, I think there's a complete one, and that's the young lady's black and white Brockle steer that leads off. I think he's a pretty good one. I think that steer balance is just tremendous in terms of just his side profile right there. His neck and his shoulder fit together really well. Hip and hind leg is really well. I think every now and then that thing wants to just get his center spine up. We got to work out one's loin and get it down just a little bit. I'm not telling you that's the biggest pinned one I've ever seen when you get right behind him. We go in and touch that guy. I was hoping he'd just be a little more consistent over his final ribs so I could just deem him he needs to win and he needs to win so quick. I like this one's look and I like his structure and balance. I really like that calf, and I think that young lady does an awesome job and tremendously presented. The red and white steer in second. He's probably just a notch more bolder to the center portion of his rib. He might have the edge in terms of pin width from behind. I think that one probably handles just a notch more consistent right there over his final ribs. The young man said he might launch me with his leg, and I was worried about my knee, so we're going to guess on this one, buddy. But I'm thinking that one's smoother right over his final ribs. For me, buddy, I just like to tweak him just the way he looks from the side. He's getting a little mature about his head shape. He's getting a little cresty at the top side of his neck. That thing's comfortable in motion. He's not as attractive as the black and white steer that wins this particular class, but I like that calf. That's a good market steer. We can make lots of money with that kind. The 1 and 3, I think this one balances really well from the side. Nothing really out there in terms of his look. I just think he's a balanced fat steer. That thing's smooth finish. He's consistent. He has some muscle shape from behind. For me, he's a little cresty at the top side of his neck. I want to knock his knee back in him. He just wants to push it just a little bit forward. I want to relax him in his pastern and just not see him just knuckle him so hard. Calf's got a nice set to his hock. He just don't want to use it out here, and his pastern gets a little tight. I like that calf in third. Young lady, we probably at the end of the day would have bought the same steer. I'm a sucker for a long neck, good looking one. That's probably the one I would have got, and I just hope I could get his belly deep enough, and I hope I could get him enough muscle from behind. I think belly is certainly fine. That steer's real tricky looking from the side. He is really wild up there up front in terms of his neck set and his shoulder. When you just get right behind him, he's got big shape. I just don't think he's as massive. I think down low, we got to just tweak his rear wheels ever so slightly. He's just a little wound up out here, and he never wants to relax his rear foot, but a real good looking one that needs just a notch more twist to him. The calves down the line, I think, are certainly real good in terms of their fat cattle fundamentals, being heavy finish and really going to hit those quality grade incentives. But I think when we start comparing them to the ones that have the extras in terms of a show ring look and just a build and just an attractiveness to them, I think we run out of just those extras. But a nice class. My compliments all the way through. I think the kiddos are working really hard around ringside. Let's give them a nice round of applause.
Let's get ready to bring our class number 4. We're just moving these steers out. Class number 4, this will be another 8 steers, which will weigh from 1315 to 1333. 1350 to 1333. Our two-star steers in this, Annabelle Bynes and Stetson Morris, were our 2 here. I tell you what, that was a nice set of steers. Let's bring our steers in. Yeah, let's give it a try. Yep, you bet. Okay, here is our class number 4. Class number 4, 8 steers, 1315 to 1333. Oh, gone.
what they.
No, no, no. I'm good. I'm good.
Right?
I say at 10:3, Which one are we watching in this one, Rick?
Boy, I tell you, there's some good.
He did. He got whacked
Did he kick him? He did?
in the leg. Ouch. I'd be brave to get. I'd start it off.
17 brought Graham with you.
I got a call today from Teresa. That's Matt's daughter. They really appreciate the water.
Oh, golf. I know, we went up and seen it. And it was really fun up there. Pat was really nice, and Bud was really nice to us, too.
Okay.
Yeah.
Felt okay?
Yeah. He was feeling pretty good at the time. Everything went pretty good. Hey, wait.
Come on, buddy. When he pulls him up, is that good or bad?
No.
Not necessarily.
He's going from the bottom up.
Oh. Did you pick this guy?
No, I didn't. I don't like to be the one that picks the
Right. Yeah, right. I'd never did it if I did. It was fun.
He's been doing all of it.
He acts like he knows what he's doing. He has the verbiage.
Right. He's sure thought he could sell it. If he knows what he's talking about or not, he can sell it.
He could sell it to me, but I certainly don't know.
He's a hard entertainer. He does. He throws a lot of different stuff in there, doesn't he?
Black cats.
Right?
Isn't that the, like you say,
Yeah, I think so.
everything's black.
A lot of black.
Oh, it gets tough. This bear's okay. Nobody brings it's pretty hard to find one that's not finished out good or that's not nice cat.
Well, they know what they're doing now. These kids have had a lot of training.
Let's be getting our class number 5 ready. Our class number 5. Get our class number 5 ready.
Well, I apologize for taking so long in this particular class. I think it's close between 2, 3, and 4. And the more I shuffle them and think about them, I just come up with different things. I think it's interesting. You can go lots of different ways with 2, 3, and 4. And I probably wouldn't argue with you. If you're just talking about market cattle and the feedlot things, you're going to go another way. You're talking about show steers and just making them with extras, you're going to go another way. So I'm not 100% convinced it's the right way to go, but I'm going to tell you the differences I see, and I think this calf wins, and it's not close. It's kind of like one of those in a judging contest. This one wins. You can throw every book in the Word about him and give him a grant in this particular class. He's got the advantage everywhere. That's the best looking. He's the soundest. He's the heaviest muscled. He's the best shown. Young man wins. The one in second comes there because I think there's just more true shape right behind this one's shoulder than they are as the rest of them. Now, I'll tell you, his hind leg is a little interesting when he plants it to the ground. He just wants to kind of just shuffle him just a little bit. You study that guy and look at his shape up high. He's got plenty of it. He still balances really well. The concerning thing for me is, and I'll be just kind of blunt with you, young lady, I'm sorry, is he's got some fill to his brisket, yet his flanks left him. That's real interesting to me, and it's hard for me to just put you second and roll with it because of that just interesting factor. That thing's hind leg just could be a notch better too. If you like the moderate, easy feeding one that's easy doing, we'll put him in the feedlot. He'll do really well for you. You're going to put this one in second. I think when we get him out here, he's just a little cresty at his neck. He's a little mature about his head shape out here. He's got a little extra set to his hind leg, although functional and it'll get the job done. Is it as attractive? No, and that's what concerns me. I want to see that guy accommodate his extra finish with just a notch more muscle shape and just affect his yield grade just a little bit. I think he's going to be pushing if he gets any yield grade incentives. The one in fourth that rounds out the top four, I think a nice calf. He's easily the latest maturing one. And man, this one's a long way from just being done. I think this one's shapely. This one's high cut ability. He's expressive. That thing needs to be deeper and softer. He needs to be smoother and more consistent when you lay your hands on him. A nice top four. Kiddos on the rail did a really nice job too. Sorry for taking so long. Thank you for accommodating me. A nice class. Let's give them a nice round of applause as they head on out.
All right. No, that's great. All right, let's get our class number 5 in here. If we can bring our class number 5, we'll be ready to put them in here right now. This class number 5 is going to have 9 steers in it. Class number 5 will have 9 steers in it, and they'll range from 1335 to 1362. Our 2-star classes, number 1 was Garrett Smith, and number 2 was Aspen Austin. And they'll be back here when we bring all the champions back. Thanks. Yep, we're ready. We're coming. Huh? Boy, take a look at these steers as they come in. This is a nice class, 1335 to 1362. And look at that. Tell you what, that young man, he's not afraid to take charge. He's going to be in charge for a long time. A good job, buddy. We got all of them in here. I think we're missing one, aren't we?
5, 6, 7, 8.
Yeah. Which one? Oh dear. Class number 5, we're missing 1 steer. We need 1 more steer for class number 5. I don't know which one it is. There's supposed to be 9.
It gives 6 kids a place.
She's going to check and find out for sure which one we're missing. No. Oh, geez, they ought to be. What's that? 5. 5. We're missing 1 steer for class number 5. We'll find out in just 1 second. They're just going to double checking. Haley Larson.
She's the one that got changed to the other class.
Oh, okay.
But
Okay.
but this is where she should be.
Okay. That's all right. We're there. We'll get it.
I think he just went to get her.
Haley Larson. We had a little mix up here on a printed weight thing, so we'll give her just a second to get here. We'll give her just a second and we'll have her.
Tell him it's Todd's fault.
She got told to stay with the other one, so. She's gonna. I think they're gonna bring her in here. That's not their fault. All right. Let's see. That's okay. Are we all right? Sounds like a good deal. Well, this was kind of a mix-up on our part because we had a weight mix-up, and they got her in a wrong class and this, that, and the other. So I think there was a little bit. We can't blame her for this one. Can't blame her for this. And we okay? Are they? I don't know where they're at. Oh, I think it's coming right now. Yeah, we're in good shape. Not a problem. No problem. This is kind of just a little bit of a mix-up. We had a mix-up on one weight, and it was in the wrong class, so there's no problem here. Everything's all right, and we'll get it where it needs to be.
well, kind of a fun class to put together because you got to discuss some things in your head and start weighing totals. This is Honeycomb. Honeycomb wins a nice steer. The young man's got to go ahead and lead this class off. I like him from his hook bone forward, buddy. That one's nice in terms of the shape to his body. He's a good-bodied, practical market steer out here. He still balances really well. Is he electric from the side? Absolutely not. Do I wish his hind leg was a notch more attractive when you kick him in high gear? Probably, but the most totals say to use that one because he's a good-bodied, he's a good balanced steer that just has enough muscle shape. When you compare him out here, good job, young man. Great job. The one in second, I like this one a great deal in terms of his shape behind his shoulder and out of his loin edge. And this one, Stifle, buddy, this thing has got a lot of shape. You'll grade. It's certainly going to be fun to watch on this one. For me, though, young man, he gets a little crestier neck. The widest part of him is the point of his shoulder. He just gets a little more uncoordinated the way he utilizes his hip and hind leg. He disconnects in his top line when he's in motion. He just wants to stretch out just a little bit on you, but that's a big market steer and you're a little guy, but you do a nice job. The steer in third, that's a great balanced one from the side. We saw when he hits the ring, that thing's pretty sound on his feet and legs. He's real comfortable out here. For me, I just think he becomes a little more plainer in the way he looks from the side. Thicker neck, shorter face type of steer that I want to see more expressive in his shape and just a notch better looking from the side, but a nice calf to be in three. The steer in four is a moderate, practical, good-bodied steer that's probably gotten more muscle shape from those of y'all over here can see to the base of his stifle than the one that wins or the one that goes ahead of him. For me, when this one moves, he just gets a little unattractive in his hip and hind leg, wants to tuck his pin bone up underneath him and just camp his hind leg up underneath him. Young lady's blue roan steer that comes next. I like this calf. We park him to the side, young lady. That's a good necked, good shouldered one that's really sound and comfortable out here. You just step right here and you study that guy out of the backside of his shoulder. He flattens just a little bit to his forerib, closes out the backside of his shoulder, wants to just funnel to his base when he gets right behind him. A good looking rascal to be there. The steer that comes next, the game can be said, that's a long bodied, good looking one that's presented really well. There's just not enough horsepower in that one. I want to open his pin bone up, make him stouter and wider at the ground, but a nice calf, the young man's guy. My compliments on a job well done in Class 5 in the Market Steer Show around ringside. Let's give him a nice round of applause as they head back to the barn.
Good. All right, our two star steers in this class, Deegan Rigby had number 1 and Cash Maxfield had number 2. They'll be back and we'll see them here just a little bit later as we get back to picking out our champions. We're going to get ready now to bring in our class number 6. Class number 6. Hey, hold up 1 second. And then he had to run off to the... All right, let's bring our steers in. Here's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. We got 8 steers. 8 steers in this class, and we're moving up in our weights just a little bit. This is 1363
Hello?
to 1376.
Hello?
Now that's a pretty tight class, isn't it? 1363 to 1376. 8 steers.
a trio of black steers come to the top in this particular class, of which I think there's one that just puts the other two together. And I like this calf a nice deal. The young man does a good job with. I think this steer balance is really good from the side. I love the way his neck comes out of the top side of a really good shoulder. I think that calf stays really good in his top line in motion. I'll be the first to tell you, I think his knee just gets, he wants to just lock it just a little bit when he's standing there. His hind leg, it reads pretty good from the side. When he gets in motion, he pushes it ever so slightly. He gets a little tight the way his pastern built, but I think this one has the balance and shape that we're after, and I can just handle his structure today just a little bit. The one in second's probably the nice balance, good structured one, probably the best structured one when we set him in motion. He's easily the squarest where he sets his hind leg down when he goes right away from you. Nice job. I think this one just gets a little more extra cushion and cover on him today. I want to lean that one up in terms of his shape and just his expression up high, give him a crisper, wider loin edge and just more muscle from behind, but a good balance, sound structured steer there in 2. The heaviest muscled one's definitely in 3. This thing has got a groove down his back from his shoulder to his hip bone. This one is powerful as anything we've seen today from behind. With that being said, he's the most vertical the way his shoulders built. He's the most vertical the way his hock is built. When he gets in high gear, he pushes his hock a little too far outside of his body. For me, I just want to just tweak him there ever so slightly. A calf right there, when you watch him go away, he just wants to just get a little wide walking. For me, I'm not just real fired up about that, but I like his muscle and his shape, so he's got to stay in the top 3. The one in 4 that comes next right here, this one's soft-bodied, mellow over his 12th and 13th, sound and then just functional out here. For me, he doesn't have the shape, he doesn't have the look, he doesn't have the extras of the one that goes above him, but a nice calf in terms of smoothness and just soundness. The calf right here, that's maybe just a little bit like me, young lady. I think we're both past our prime in our athletic ability. This one just gets a little uncomfortable out of his hind leg. I don't know if he's fighting an injury, but that's a massive bodied one that's moderate, just won't get out and go today. And I got to slide him just because of his hind leg, just won't reach and flex. A good class all the way through on down the line. Let's give him a nice round of applause as they head out the exit gate.
All right, let's get our next class ready here. Class number 7. Class number 7. We'll be ready for you right here. Class number 7. We've got 8 calves in this class, 1383, and we're going to go to 1405. 1405. 8 steers in this class. In our last class, our 2-star calves, our number 1 was Wyatt Zollinger, and number 2 was Everett Ramsdale. You bet. All right, and boy, they were nice steers. And take a look at this class as this class comes in. Like I say, 1383 to 1405. A real tight class here. These are a nice set of steers.
Boy, a tough class to put together because there's not one out here that just suits me to an absolute T. I'd like to tweak all of them just a little bit in the way they're just maybe their balance, or maybe they need more muscle, or maybe let's tweak them structurally. The two cattle that come to the top, the young ladies, Rockle one, I think that one is a nice balanced steer from the side. He sends his neck out just a little bit longer out of his shoulder. I think his top line comes together just a little bit. I think you step to the 3/4 shot. I think that one's rounder in his rib. That one's wider pinned and has more shape and expression than the young lady's black calf in second. Young lady's black calf in second. I think if we got a bunch of these and we're talking in a feedlot scenario, I think this one's really good. I mean, I think he's smooth. I think he's finished. I think he's real good structured. For me, when we get right here and just study him up high, that thing flattens to the top part of his rib. He comes back narrower to his pin set, and he wants to play out to the base of his stifle just a little bit. I didn't know if that one had the muscle that the one has, so he's going to land in second for me. The one in third is tremendously presented by the young lady. Clip job is really good, fitted up really good. I like this one in motion. He's sound, he's comfortable, he's flexible on his feet and legs out here. For me, there's just not enough of him. He becomes the narrowest pin of the initial trio. He becomes the flattest body of the initial trio. I'd like to lay his tail head deeper between his pin bones. I think that just give him a notch more attractive look. Maybe got a little extra set to his hip and hind leg when he gets in motion. Big problem. He just needs a little bit more muscle. Right here, rounding out the top four, I think is one that parks up. We like some things about that one. Neck comes out tall. Tailhead lays really good compared to the one that just goes ahead of him. For me, I got to see that one deeper and softer about his rear rib and flank. I got to see that one just a little more massive and smoother than his condition today. Just wants to get just a little goofy when he goes right away from you where he places hock. He wants to pull it just a little bit and just deviate ever so slightly in his top line. On down the line, I think we got some cattle that are pushing up in weight. I think maybe they just get a little plainer in their look or a little plainer in their muscle out here. My compliments to them as they take great care of their cattle as they go home. Let's give them a nice round of applause as they head on out.
There we go. We're going to go now into class number 8. Class number 8, we're going to have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. We're going to have 9 of them in this class. 9 of them. They're going to range from 14.10 to 14.27. Boy, I'll tell you what, that's a close class. 17 pounds. Wow. 14.10 to 14.27. This is class number 8. Let's bring those in right now. Here's a nice class. All right, and in our last class, our star steers was Mackenzie Mickelson and Clara Daniels. Boy, I tell you what, they had 2 nice steers there. Mackenzie Mickelson and Clara Daniels. Clara? Just Claire? Is that with a E? Clary? All right, well, I come close. The E is silent. Hey, let me tell you, I never was an English major, let me tell you. I learned to read when I was a senior. Well,
one interesting top 4, 5, or 6 that we got out here. I think there's some give and take in all of them, and I wouldn't argue if you wanted to go different ways. Sit there and study the top 2 and just figure out which one has the most facts that we can stand behind and go defend if we have to. I can stand behind the one that wins the best, in my opinion. I think you study that guy from the side. I think that's a balanced, smooth made steer. Yeah, I wish his flank was just a little bit softer in there. I wish his hind leg was just built a notch stouter in there. But I think that one, you just come over here and you just watch him out of the backside of his shoulder. He comes bolder and rounder to the base of his full rib. He handles square and wider out of the backside of his shoulder. He's got more mass working over his loin. That thing's a massive animal. When you get right behind him, just tweak him a little bit. I lay his shoulder into his body better, extend his neck out and freshen it up. Maybe drop his flank a little. I think we get things going with that one. Young man, think you do a nice job with a steer in second that's got a little bit of an attitude problem. I'll commend you for your effort there. That's a long-bodied man steer that's really shapely from behind. I love his expression. He's probably more extended to the front 1/3 of his skeleton than the one that go ahead and beat you today. I like this one. Structure, for me, I just want to tweak him in terms of attractiveness to his hip and hind leg. He's got just a nickel too much set for it for me. I just want to just lay him down in his tail head just a little bit. You get right behind him and ask yourself, man, is that one open enough to his forerib? I don't think so. Is he open and just bulky enough to the center portion of his body? I just couldn't convince myself of that. And I'm thinking too, just a notch shallower the way his body just sits in him. The 1 and 4 is a moderate, good balance, very smooth profiling steer to be in 4. I think we got him just a little past his prime. He's a little pudgy when you just look over here and study him right out of his shoulder. Looks like he's shelving some fat just a little bit. He's really shapely. When we get him in motion, he just needs to be a notch squarer the way his hip and hind legs built, especially when it goes to the ground. Steer that comes next, kind of the same story, 3, 4, and 5. I thought 3 had more mass. That's why he lands there. Steer in 4 is a practical, functional market steer. For me, he's a nickel longer bodied. Pretty hard to balance up when you're that long bodied and you just get a little extra set to your hip and hind leg, but a nice calf, and the young man's done a quality job with that one. Young lady steer is just a little overcooked for me. I think this one is really smooth in his finish. Take that away from him. He needs a lot more muscle to accommodate that finish. On down the line, we got some steers that just aren't ready yet in terms of their finish and their composition. They're shapely, high cut ability type of cattle. I got to see them smoother and deeper and just more ready to go today. A nice class, interesting on the top end. Let's give these kiddos a nice round of applause as they head on back.
All right, we're going to bring in class number 9. Class number 9. And this has steers weighing from 1433 to 1475. Class number 9. 8 head. 8 steers in this class. Class number 9. In our last class, our 2 star steers were Morgan Mickelson and Steele Spencer. And they'll be coming back here in just a little while with our champion round. First one was Morgan Mickelson and Steele Spencer. Class number 9, this will be getting some of our heavier weighted steers, 1433 to 1475.
Well, buddy, we've been waiting for this one. Where have you been hiding him? I think when this one takes about 4 steps in the ring, he says, hey, look at me, I'm supposed to win. It's like lights, camera, class winner. Guy here, guys, this one's dialed in terms of his presentation and his look. I love his balance and just composure to his top line when he's in motion. He never takes a bad step. That one's comfortable, that one's athletic, and that one's just real sound. Hey, he's not the heaviest muscled one I've ever seen, but they weigh 1433. They got plenty of muscle for me. That one's legit in terms of his look and his balance. Hats off to that young lady and young man and his family. The decision comes between 2 and 3. The 1 and 2 just moves better out of his hip and hind leg. For me, they're both wide, they're both bold, they're both boxy. You just study them and they set them in motion. This young lady, this one actually uses his hip and hind leg with just a notch more function and a notch more comfort. I'll be honest with you, I wish both of them just stand just a notch excessive in their frontal base width, because we're pushing just so much in our brisket and just so much compositionally in terms of finish out here. But they're both heavy muscled market animals that both need to be tweaked, and while their neck's set, one of them just handles their hip and hind leg better. That's the young lady in 2. The 1 and 4 comes next, and I like this one. Probably he's just a little bit leaner in his composition. He's a little bit more shapely and a little more expressive. With that, he disconnects right behind his shoulder. He gets a little shorter and rounder out of his hip. Just tweak his hind leg and upgrade it just a little bit. I think he works up because he's just got real raw shape there, just not as not as attractive in his hind leg. Steer that comes next is market ready. He's big and powerful from behind. He probably actually handles his top line better than the one that goes ahead of him. In motion, though, I just want to tweak his rear joints. He just has a little extra set to it, not as attractive as the ones that go above him. All the way through, a nice class of black-hided cattle. Let's give him a nice round of applause in Class 9 in our Market Steer Show.
We're ready now to bring in class number 10. Class number 10. I got 10 too. All right, there'll be 10 steers in this class, and they range from 1483 to 1513. We're going to have 10 steers in this class. This is still an awful tight class. And they'll be from 1483 to 1513. And in our last class, our 2-star steers, Jackson Frankham and who's all right, in our last one, we've got Jackson Frankham was number 1, and McKenna Earl was number 2. You bet. All right, we're going to have an awful tight champion class here.
Well, the young lady that leads off, she does so quickly, in a hurry, and in fast. The steer that wins, I like this one, a nice good deal from the side. I think that's a long body, good spine steer that's relatively comfortable out here. Is he the heaviest muscle than one that we've seen today? Probably not. But I think that steer's actually really shapely when you lay your hands on him. My deal with him is I think just when we yanked his neck so far out of his shoulder, we rocked his shoulder just a little bit forward in him. Young lady, we got to kick that one's knee back in there just a little bit. But if you want to go to Texas and show market steers, you just call me and let's go. I'll take you any day of the week and let's rock and roll. Young man in second, I like this calf really well. In terms of his structure, he's actually laid back better in the angle to his shoulder and knee than the one that wins. He handles his hip and hind leg relatively well. A big, massive, shapely steer right there. Buddy, I'm sorry you ran into a buzzsaw of one, and that young lady does a really good job. We put you in second, but your steer's still relatively good, man. The one in third is the class leader in red meat yield and cutability and shape. Anything you want to throw at that one for having muscle shape, you can. For me, I think he just gets a little uncoordinated the way he utilizes his hip and hind leg. When he goes right away from you, he puts all his weight on his outside of his hoof and kind of pushes his hock ever so slightly. I'd like to see him a notch deeper in terms of his body as well. Well, young man, you too do a very good job presenting your steer. Young lady's red calf that comes next, long-bodied, good structured animal, just needs the extras from the side. Not as cool, not as unique as the ones that go above him, but a nice fundamental steer the young lady's gotten. 3. The one in five looks like he's kind of taking a nap. He's done for the day. He's like, I'm out. Young man steer in 5 from memory. I think this one's moderate. I think this one's pretty bold. For me, I just didn't know if his structure was as elite. I'd like to tweak him in his hock and his rear pastern when he gets in motion. A steer that's definitely broken. The young man does a really good job with him. Just got to lean him up in his composition ever so slightly as well. On down the line, I thought we had some nice black-hided cattle that'll certainly do good for the young people down the road. But today, we just need to tweak them in some things and move them on up. A nice class. My compliments to the young lady at the very top. I think that one's awfully good.
Boy, I tell you what, that was a nice set of calves right there. Now we'll move. All right, we're 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. We're going to be in class number 11. This is our last class. These are our heavyweight steers. They weigh 1515 to 1586. 1515 to 1586. So let's bring our class number 11 in right now. Let's bring our class in. There'll be 10 steers in this class also. So let's move them on in. Our number 1 steer in our last class was Gracie Earl, and Chet Kunzler was number 2. You bet. There was a nice set of steers. And this will be our class number 11. 10 steers.
Can you please come to the fair office in the Home Arts Building? Mallory, can you please come to the Home Arts Building and the fair office?
Now, if we could get our first places of each class ready and the second place to come in right after, we'll place them in the order and pick our grand champion and reserve champion steers. So get all of our first place of each class ready first, and we'll bring them in and have the second ones right behind them. All the star calves.
Brody Rowley, if you could please come to the fair office in the Home Arts building. Brody Rowley, please come to the fair office in the Home Arts building.
Well, an interesting class to put together. I think as we start creeping up in weights, if you were around during the Bears show this morning or the Hog show, I think we talked about it enough. I think we start fighting maturity. We start fighting some shape issues. How do we just keep their shape right and their expression right to keep them high cut ability and lean? I'll tell you, I don't think one in this particular top duo just says, hey, I need to win this particular class, but the facts lead me to say that the young man up front is the one that I can tie to and I can defend just the easiest. I like this calf's moderation, young man. I like this calf's easy doing look, easy feeding. He's really sound. He's pretty comfortable out here in terms of his feet and legs. That steer's massive in terms of his muscle. Yeah, I'll say I don't think he's the best looking one we've ever seen, but neither am I, man. I'm not the best looking either. But I think this calf, we just tweak him in terms of just make his neck a little longer, make him just a little cooler, and make him a notch stouter, we can run away with him in this class. But I like that guy. The facts say that's the one we need to start. Young lady, emotionally, I want to try to make a case for this one to win, because this is the kind of the way I like them. I like them as tall-fronted and good-looking up front, and their neck to come out like a cobra getting ready to pounce. That's the way I like them. I like them shapely, I like them big-footed. That is your calf, young lady. I just want to see that guy, maybe if we had a drink of water in him, just to open his rib cage up just a little bit, see where we're at. I think if we get that guy to soften back there in his rear rib and flank, we get that guy to balance just a little bit better. That's tough. That's a real shapely, high cut ability type of market steer out here. I'll be honest, I think he's just a little bit ways away from his endpoint, even though we're pushing into the mid 1430s and 1440s. A nice calf to be in too. Young man, you're just kind of landing third for me. A nice balanced steer that's just pretty good on his feet and legs. For me, this one becomes the soundest of the remaining duo. I'll tell you, I don't think he's the heaviest muscled or just the easiest on the eyes as the rest of them in this particular class, but I like functional cattle that are good at the ground and good on their feet and legs. He's in third for me. Young lady's calf in 4 is long-bodied and level-topped and just pretty good structured. For me, he runs out of horsepower. Young lady in the pink show stick right here, hats off to you. You do an awesome job with a show stick. For me, I got to knock your steer's knee back in and allow him just to get out and go just a little bit. He's a little shorter on his rear hoofs. That doesn't give him the stability and cushion he needs to just plant and go really good. Awesome job all the way through the market steer show. Can't wait to get the class winners out here and we'll get you a champion. But before we do, let's give all the kiddos in this class and all the way through a nice round of applause.
London.
Oh, London. Ooh, I better say that right. London.
Gamble.
L.
To B-L-E. Like Vegas.
Oh, really?
Gamble.
All right. I've either got to put glasses on or I got to see. All right. Our last two, our number one was Wade Rose and London Gamble. Excuse me. I told you I needed my glasses on. London, you betcha. All right. Yeah. Okay, and the Bucket Calf Show will start at 3:30. They told me to remind. 3:30. Hey. All right. And we're going to give it to Riverside Rustlers. Hey. We've got a display plaque that is going to go to Riverside Rustlers, and we appreciate all these people putting their signs up and getting things put together, and they went through and they picked this as the top one this year. Let's give them a real good hand, the Riverside Rustlers. I think that's really great. And we appreciate it. They've done such a good job of taking care of things and setting it up. We sure do appreciate it. You betcha. All right. Yeah. Yeah, if we can just have the number one first place and come in the order, if you can, in the order of the show. Class 1, 2, 3, 4. So if we can just get them arranged in that order, we would sure appreciate it. It'd help us out a lot. All right, let's bring them in then. If we've got number 1 through number 11. It'll be easier, yeah, that'll be. All right, there is our number one in each class, star class. And boy, I tell you what, just look down through there, it makes you pretty proud to be part of Box Elder, doesn't it? Let's kind of give him a real good hand. I don't want to scare the steers or whatever, but I'll tell you what, pretty proud to show that off, aren't we?
Oh man, what a day. We started at 7 o'clock this morning and we judged about, I don't know, felt like a ton of pigs, I'll be honest with you. They just kept coming through the gate. Here we go, but it was lots of fun when we got back out here and we get to sort them, we get to figure out what we like. I heard nothing but good things talking to the superintendents we've had lunch with along the way so far this week about the steer show and what was coming, and I think it was lots of fun, and I think there was some close decisions here and there, and I think that's okay. At a county show, that's where you kind of get your mark and you just figure out if this is something you really love or you want to keep going and keep pushing. I think that's what makes it fun. There's certainly some differences in the type of cattle that are out here. I think the classes were deep in terms of just good market cattle that always make it and they keep guys in business down in my part of the country and then up here. And then I think there's some real good show steers out here, and I'll be honest with you, it's a little different ball game. The show steer deal, when we turn the fans on and we put 7 inches of hair on them and we put them in hot wire runs that are only 50 yards wide or 50 yards long, practicality is sometimes just giving up just a little bit, okay? Just a little bit. It's given up just a little bit, but I think the great cattle are the ones that satisfy the market fundamentals, and then let's put bells and whistles on them, like make them long-necked, make them awesome hind-legged, make them woofy, and make them hairy. I think there's 4 or 5 of them that do that really well, but I'd be okay with if I had a pen of their kind as fat cattle. I'd be okay with if I had a barn full of their kind in my kid's show barn. That's just kind of what it is. That's the difference between great cattle. I think also there's ones out here that perform when we kick them in gear. There's ones out here that have muscle. I think there's 3 of them that just kind of total everything together, in my opinion. It's been awesome. I can't wait for showmanship tomorrow. It's going to be a long day again, so I won't take any more time. Guys, each and every one of you did a great job. God bless each and every one of you. Good luck to each and every one of you down the road. I said this in the Hog Show earlier. No matter if you were going to be Supreme Champion or you're last in class and you just want to go get ice cream, but make sure you thank your parents. Make sure you thank your county agents. Make sure you thank the guys that breed them and the guys that help you. It means a lot to them. They spend lots of miles behind a pickup away from their family trying to help you succeed. That says a lot about them. I'll set the microphone down. I'll go give your grand champion a love tap and hope he doesn't dislocate my knee just a little bit. But one last time, let's give him a nice round of applause. Terrific steer show all the way through. We dropped that reserve in there, the second place in that class. I apologize. I think that calf is another one that's really good, satisfies lots of market fundamentals. I think the one that won's pretty special. I think he's dual purpose for you guys that are after the feedlot market steers and for the guys that are after the show steers with the looks and extras. That one satisfies both sides of the deal. I'm an impressions guy, and I'm sure if you've been here all week, you've known that. The Market Lamb Show and the Market Goat Show, I think they could take about 4 seconds. out where they're going in class. For me, there's another one that hit me really hard. I even came up with a cool analogy for him. Lights, camera, this one's reserved. Last time, and then we'll place them all the way through. I just kind of like hearing myself talk on a microphone, so I'm sorry about this. There's one down here that I think he might be just a little bit little for some, that in terms of being a market cattle, ready to take him on and move him into the feedlot stage. But I think this one's a pretty awesome show steer. Congratulate that young man with the red steer. He's third overall.
All right. I'm going to, if everybody, I'm going to probably have somebody cussing me or something like this, but I'm going to try to get the Grand and the Reserve back in here. This has been such a neat crowd, and I'm so tickled to have everybody here. When they get done placing these animals, I'm going to get them to try to bring the Grand and Reserve in. I want to put them here, and I want to get a picture with everybody here, because I don't think we can have a better deal in the world than to show the world what we got here. This has been fantastic. So if everybody could just sit still and hang in here with us for just a minute when we get these placings here done. I just want everybody to see this. So it's going to be in the paper, and I want them to see everybody here. This has been a great thing. We'll get a picture of it all. I got the newspaper people coming around here or wherever they're at. Oh, she's right over here. So
once they've been placed, they can head out.
Yes, yes. So I hate to bug everybody out there. If we can get the Grand and Reserve to come back as soon as we're finished placing the rest of these star cattle. This has been a great thing to see so many people here to enjoy this with us. We got the boss here to take our picture, and we appreciate her.
worry about. I'm gonna get him in the picture.
So you're gonna do 2 of them?
I want you to come and get in this picture with me.
Yes, sir.
All right. You know what we need to do is we need the parents. If the parents are around here, we'd like to get the parents and the kids and the judge, and we're going to get this picture here. So we got a picture of all of it. You may have to move.
You want them against that seat?
Yeah. Let's move over by the wall just a little bit if we can. Yeah, I want both of you over here, the Grand and the Reserve champion. Let's get the parents in there for sure. Try to get them as close together as you can, and do unless you want to do. All right, she wants to do it separate. All right, I like it together. All right.
I'll do together.
Okay.
Can you go nose to nose together after?
We probably could.
They'll have to back up. Go lay down in front of it. Give me your best bikini pose.
Yeah.
Yeah. Throw it over. No, just lean it over. Lower. Can you go lower? I'm just going to try and get this if you can. Can you tell me this beef isn't saddled?
Hold up, just 1 second. Hold up, just 1 second.
It's okay. It's like herding crabs to the show.
Did you get a picture here? Get it right now.
Hey, there we go. I tell you what, we appreciate all you guys doing all this stuff here and being here. And man alive, I tell you what, when you can get the grand champion and the reserve grand champion at Box Elder County Fair, you're on top of the world. Let me tell you, you are on top of the world. I remember the first year that I showed out here when my dad brought me out here to show. Well, that was way before a lot of people were born. And I'm telling you, we were out on sawdust out there by the horse corrals and everything, and we had the best time, and it's done nothing but get better all the way through. I would like also, too, for us to give our judge a real good hand. He's been with the Hogs. He's been here all day. We just appreciate him. He was very good to talk to. I just appreciate everything that he's done for us. You bet. All right.
Somebody yell at me. Oh, it was Arthur. There you go. What the heck?
What we... They want to see your buckle too, really good. There you go. And these buckles were donated by Drew and Nicole Sorensen. They donated the buckles to the grand champion, and the reserve champion was from their daughter who got the grand champion here just a few years ago. So let's give them a real good hand. I tell you what, those buckles will be something these kids will keep forever. Oh, Cody Kunzler also. Cody Kunzler and Nicole both donated this other one.
Mackenzie.
What did I say?
You said Nicole. That's her mother.
Oh, excuse me. All right. I get talking sometime, but it's Mackenzie. Mackenzie and they donated that, so we do appreciate it. So thank you very much for coming for this and being here. I hope it has been enjoyable to you just like it has for us, and thank you very much. We sure do appreciate you. Congratulations. Isn't that kind of cool? Yeah, I think it's great. Good job, bud.
Thank you.
Doesn't that just tickle? All right, here we are. Let's sell it to you at $1,100 and 11 and a quarter, 75, 11.75.
We are so happy to be back and would like to thank all of our boosters and buyers who supported the youth in the 2020 auction. We hope to see you again this year at our live auction. Please make sure to get yourselves pre-registered by visiting bejlauction.com. There are many educational components of the Box Elder County Junior Livestock Program. This year, USU Extension Box Elder County and the County FFA programs hosted over 30 educational clinics for participating youth to learn about subjects such as livestock nutrition and disease prevention. Another major educational component of this program is the carcass contest, where youth learn real market principles by evaluating their carcasses through ultrasound. This year's carcass contest is generously sponsored by Chris and Nancy Sorensen and /M Ranch.
Lincoln Financial specializes in estate, investment, and retirement planning, as well as business benefits. At Lincoln, they are totally impartial, comb through different options to create financial products that a person needs. Lincoln Financial, big city service, small town care.
Here's to the farmer that plants the fields in the spring, that turn from green to that harvest honey. Pour one up for the banker downtown that got him on his feet with handshake of money. Here's to the farmer's wife that loves him every night, raising a son, raising a daughter. They gather around the table, send it up to the father. Somehow they get closer when times get harder. Here's to the farmer.
Hi, I'm Rhett Nielsen with Western Ag Credit in Tremont. When it comes to farming and ranching, it makes sense to work with a lender that understands financing and agriculture. Western Ag Credit specializes in agriculture and offers competitive rates with loans tailored to meet your business needs. Real estate, livestock, equipment, and operating loans are available. Conveniently located on Main Street in Tremont. Stop by today or give us a call, 435-257-0179. Western Ag Credit is your partner in agriculture.
Whether you are purchasing a car, buying a home, managing an investment property, starting a small business, or leaving behind a legacy, American Family Insurance will help you protect your dream. Golden Spike Power Sports has served Box Elder County since 1947 in ag and power sports. Golden Spike carries Polaris and Honda brands, but services all brands. They strive to maintain high-quality customer service in all departments. Stop by today.
A little over 10,000 years ago, mankind first domesticated cattle. At this exact same time, cattle domesticated us. They give us their milk, their meat, their hides. We give them sustenance and care. And while they may live in pens and fields, farmers and ranchers are just as tied to the land. Our two species have worked together and taken care of each other for centuries. Our relationship is ancient and deep. The The bond between us is not a yoke. It's a commitment. A 10,000-year-old promise to provide for our cattle as they provide for us. Zoetis is born of that bond. We are today's advanced answer to that ancient pact. Every minute of every hour, in countless ways, we help make the bond stronger, healthier, more robust. We help make it unbreakable. We are humankind for cattle kind. We are born of the bond.
Roach Ranches supports the people that support them and the fantastic youth of the Valley. Thank you for over 60 years in business, quality seed stocking, gravel, and hunting.
bucket calf show. We have 5 classes today, starting with our oldest kids first with the 4-H division and then on down to kindergartners. Our judge today is Dalton Sorensen from Spanish Fork. We'd like to thank him for coming out. We have started something new this year. We're going to have an overall grand drive for a grand and reserve bucket calf champion. So every single class will bring back the grand and reserve at the end for the overall drive to determine the top 2 winners. I'd also like to thank all our sponsors who have donated money and prizes. We got shirts made for each kid. I'm wearing one and my assistant Tiffany is wearing them. We have the sponsors on the back. And each kid will get a bucket and cereal as well, along with multiple other prizes. So I'd like to thank all of our sponsors for doing that. I'm going to name them: IFA, CNR, New Sun Dairy, Zundel Dairy, Bear River Animal Hospital, Earl's Trucking, Gardner Dental, Edge Orthodontics, Stokes Commodities, Post Consumer Brands, Maisie Inspired, Britt's Tree Service, Quarter Circle 2 Livestock, Johnston Farm, Flint and Amy Pugsley, and Joanne Johnson. Speaking of prizes, if all of the kids will please, we won't hand them out in the ring because there's so many. So if all the kids will please go tie their calves up when they're done with their show and then come back, we'll have a list with their names on it and they can get their prizes then after they've tied their calves up. Okay, we're gonna go ahead and get started with our first class, our 4-H division.
All right, everybody, let's give these kids a big round of applause. They called me to come do the Bucket Calf Show, and I really didn't expect it to be this big, but it's awesome to see everybody coming out to support these kids. I'm going to keep the young lady and young man right here on the end to come back for our champion drive. I've gone through and talked to each of them about some things they can work on and some things that they're doing good. We've got some calves that are acting up and making it kind of difficult for them, but they're all working hard, and let's give them another round of applause.
Fairgoers, just a reminder, all premiums for your animal shows and exhibit ribbons are available to pick up in the Fine Arts Building today, tomorrow, and Saturday from 10 a.m. to 10 p.m. Thank you.
Okay, exiting in first place is Emma Knight. And in second, we have Heston McMurdy. And in third place, Colton Mickelson. Fourth place, Trinity Marble. Fifth place, Miley Anderson. And sixth place, Cash Mansil. Let's give all them a round of applause. Coming in next is our senior open division. Chase Bittner, Maddie Jo Staley, Mason Lemon, Gray Croney, Zach Jensen, Daxton Chappelle, Ashton Meyer, Raya Anderson, Kason Kunzler, and Kinley Douglas.
watch that go to the bathrooms. I actually gotta go to the bathroom. Mom, we have to go to the bathroom. Hey, wait, no, wait a minute. Hello?
All right, everybody, let's clap for these kids again. You know, if we would all take the time to talk with these kids, you can really see how the parents and their mentors have helped them to know their projects. Our two showmen at the top end are doing a really good job. They know their projects. They watch me the whole time. They keep those feet set. I went through again and talked to each of these kids. Some of them need to work on feet placement. Some of them need to have a little better eye contact. But they're all working hard. They all know their project's great, and they're doing a great job. So let's clap for them one more time.
Let's give all these kids a round of applause. They did awesome. Our grand champion for our senior open division is Kinley Douglas. And reserve, Kason Kunzler. And in third, we have Chase Bittner. Fourth, Gray Croney. Fifth, Ashton Meyer. Sixth, Daxton Chappelle. Seventh, Maddie Jo Staley. Eighth place, Mason Lemons. Ninth, Ryan Anderson. And 10th place, Zach Jensen. Good job, guys. Make sure you come back and get your buckets and your prizes after you get your calf tied up. Coming in next is our intermediate open division. McCall Mackey, Cashin Francis, Carly Jo Hart, Rhett Roundy, Dusty Westmoreland, Lakin Norman, Sage Mansell, Josh Jensen, Ivy Morgan, and Kensley Pugsley. If class 4 can be lining up.
let's give these kids a round of applause. They're working hard. These two young ladies up at the top, I'm gonna bring back. The first one, she just, the minute she hit the ring, you know, she was watching me, had that eye contact that I've been watching for. And that's something that these kids have done a good job at. There's some that could work on, but even when your calf isn't working for you the best, just have a good attitude, watch the judge, and we'll understand, okay? And then this young lady that's coming in second, I asked her what she likes about her calf, and she said that she gives her confidence. And you know, I really like that answer. The most important thing for these kids at this age is just to have fun and to have a project that makes them want to keep working with these animals, you know. You know, I went through and talked with all the other kids like I have. It's just some nitpicky things that they need to work on, some calves that maybe aren't wanting to cooperate for them. But they're all working hard and having a good time, so let's clap for them once more.
Hey, Carly, follow.
Exiting in first place is Kensley Pugsley. Second place, Cashin Francis. And those two will come back for our overall grand drive. Third place, Carly Jo Hart. Fourth place, McCall Mackey. Fifth place, Rhett Roundy. Sixth place, Lakin Norman. Seventh place, Sage Mansell. Eighth place, Ivy Morgan. Ninth place, Josh Jensen, and his calf says, I'm done. And in 10th place, Dusty Westmoreland. Let's give all these kids another round of applause. They did awesome. I'd like to remind all of the Grand and Reserve winners of each class will be coming back for our overall drive. And while I'm on the microphone, I also want to thank Curtis Crouch for coming out with us from IFA. They've been sponsoring and helping us out with the bucket calves for 25 years now. So let's give them a hand and thank IFA. Okay, coming in next, our Junior Open Division, Annie Kelly, Max Summers, Porter Couch, Cord McMurdy, Berlin Burmester, Claire Elison, Wesley Quappas, Ramsey Rigby, Ty Earl, and Quincy Rhodes.
All right, let's give these kids a round of applause again. The two young ladies at the top, they're pretty advanced for this stage in the game. I mean, just as far as watching me and having those cattle set up at all times, they've done a great job. Moving down the line, the kids have dealt with some calves that aren't wanting to work with them, and a few little things again, eye contact, slow down that stick movement. But overall, they've done an awesome job, and they deserve a big round of applause again.
Congratulations to our junior open class. In first place exiting, we have Annie Kelly. Second place, Quincy Rhodes. Third place, Ramsey Rigby. Fourth place, Cord McMurdy. Fifth place, Claire Elison. Sixth place, Porter Couch. Seventh place, Max Summers. Eighth place, Berlin Burmester. Ninth place, Ty Earl. And 10th place, Wesley Quappas. Yep, one more class. We'll have our last class, our novice open division. Coming in will be Hunter Anderson, Boone Staley, Indy Earl, Ryder Fonsbeck, Brett May Anderson, Roy Pugsley, Tack Pugsley, Dustin Mickelson, Hazen Tanner, and Bex Roach.
All right, let's give these kids a round of applause. These top 3 kids in this division are doing an awesome job. For being as old as they are, they're doing really good at getting those feet set, at staying calm, and at watching me. Moving down the line again, just some feet placement, some eye contact. We kind of had a lot of calves this round that were acting up, and these kids are doing an awesome job holding it together. So let's give them a round of applause.
Okay, we're gonna bring our Grand and Reserve from each class in again to determine our overall winners. So we'll just keep the top 2 in here. Our winner of our Novice Open Division was Roy Pugsley. Second place, Ryder Fonsbeck. Third place, Hunter Anderson. Fourth place, Tack Pugsley. Fifth place, Bex Roach. Sixth place, Boone Staley. Seventh place, Brett May Anderson. Eighth place, Indy Earl. Ninth place, Dustin Mickelson. And 10th place, Hazen Tanner. Congratulations, guys. You all did so fantastic. Okay, we're gonna bring in our grand drive now. Coming in. Will be Emma Knight, Heston McMurdy, Kinley Douglas, Kaysen Kunzler, Kensley Pugsley, Cashin Francis, Annie Kelly, Quincy Rhodes, Roy Pugsley, and Ryder Fonsbeck are already in here.
You know, I'm very impressed with the quality of youth that you guys have here in this county, and we ought to give them a big round of applause one last time. Out here we've got 10 of the top showmen from those five divisions, and we brought back the top, not necessarily first or second from each individual division, and I'm really impressed with these kids. I mean, for the age that they're at, they're doing an awesome job, getting those feet set, watching me, keeping those calves under control. And I apologize for taking so much time, but these kids deserve it. And this is when we should be working the most with them to make sure they have a good time, that they enjoy it, and that they have a project that they can work towards and keep getting better and better. So I'll go out and pick a champion and reserve showman. Let's clap for him one more time.
Okay, congratulations. Here's your overall winners. Our overall grand champion is Roy Pugsley, and in reserve is Cashin Francis. These two will be awarded a buckle and some money.
Pictures with these two, though.
Oh. While we have them in the ring, we're going to do pictures, but for a second, I'm going to finish up our announcements. I want to thank our judge so much. Let's give him a round of applause. He did a great job today, teaching these kids along the way. Thank you, Dalton. I want to thank all our sponsors: IFA, CNR, New Sun Dairy, Zundel Dairy, Bear River Animal Hospital, Earl Trucking, Gardner Dental, Edge Orthodontics, Stokes Commodities, Post, Maisie Inspired, Britt's Tree Service, Quarter Circle 2 Livestock, Johnston Farm, Flint and Amy Pugsley, and Joanne Johnson for sponsoring the money, prizes, shirts, and all of their awards. Thank you all for coming out tonight, and we have 2 more awards to give away. Our bucket calf best rate of gain goes to Dustin Mickelson. And our bucket calf best display goes to Dusty Westmoreland. He kept his calf's pen clean, in pristine condition, and he has a cute sign. Right here. Congratulations. Okay, thanks for coming out.
Here's to the farmer, the plants, the fields, and the spring that turn from green to that harvest honey. Pour one up for the banker downtown that got him on his feet with handshake of money. Here's to the farmer's wife that loves him every night, raising a son, raising a daughter. They gather around the table, send it up to the father. Somehow they get closer when times get harder. Here's to the farmer.
Hi, I'm Rhett Nielsen with Western Ag Credit in Tremont. When it comes to farming and ranching, it makes sense to work with a lender that understands financing and agriculture. Western Ag Credit specializes in agriculture and offers competitive rates with loans tailored to meet your business needs. Real estate, livestock, equipment, and operating loans are available. Conveniently located on Main Street in Tremont. Stop by today or give us a call, 435-257-0179. Western Ag Credit is your partner in agriculture.
A little over 10,000 years ago, mankind first domesticated cattle. At this exact same time, cattle domesticated us. They give us their milk, their meat, their hides. We give them sustenance and care. And while they may live in pens and fields, farmers and ranchers are just as tied to the land. Our two species have worked together and taken care of each other for centuries. Our relationship is ancient and deep. The bond between us is not a yoke, it's a commitment. A 10,000-year-old promise to provide for our cattle as they provide for us. Zoetis is born of that bond. We are today's advanced answer to that ancient pact. Every minute of every hour, in countless ways, we help make the bond stronger, healthier, more robust. We help make it unbreakable. We are humankind for cattle kind. We are born of the bond.
Lincoln Financial specializes in estate, investment, and retirement planning, as well as business benefits. At Lincoln, they are totally impartial, comb through different options to create financial products that a person needs. Lincoln Financial, big city service, small town care.
Whether you are purchasing a car, buying a home, managing an investment property, starting a small business, or leaving behind a legacy, American Family Insurance will help you protect your dream. Golden Spike Power Sports has served Box Elder County since 1947 in ag and power sports. Golden Spike carries Polaris and Honda brands, but services all brands. They strive to maintain high-quality customer service in all departments. Stop by today. Roach Ranches supports the people that support them and the fantastic youth of the Valley. Thank you for over 60 years in business, quality seed stocking, gravel, and hunting.
There are many educational components of the Box Elder County Junior Livestock Program. This year, USU Extension Box Elder County and the County FFA programs hosted over 30 educational clinics for participating youth to learn about subjects such as livestock nutrition and disease prevention. Another major educational component of this program is the Carcass Contest, where youth learn real market principles by evaluating their carcasses through ultrasound. This year's Carcass Contest is generously sponsored by Chris and Nancy Sorensen and /M Ranch.
All right, here we are. Let's sell it to you at $1,100 bid, 11 and a quarter, 11 and a quarter, 11 and a half, 75, 11.75.
We are so happy to be back and would like to thank all of our boosters and buyers who supported the youth in the 2020 auction. We hope to see you again this year at our live auction. Please make sure to get yourselves pre-registered by visiting bejlauction.com.
sell it to you at $1,100 bid, 11 a quarter, 11 a quarter, 11 a half, 75, 11.75.
We are so happy to be back and would like to thank all of our boosters and buyers who supported the youth in the 2020 auction. We hope to see you again this year at our live auction. Please make sure to get yourselves pre-registered by visiting bejlauction.com.
We're gonna get started with our dairy show. We're gonna invite the junior fitting and showmanship into the ring right now, the juniors. Our judge is Blair Mickelson, originally from Grace, Idaho, grew up on a dairy up there. He resides in Idaho. Blair has a good eye for cattle. He's done it his whole life. He showed state and national winners, and he works as a cattle broker, traveling around the country, sorting through dairy herds, finding good cows for other dairymen. So let's give our judge a round of applause. Welcome him to Box Elder County, Blair Mickelson.
report that they went offline, then they come back online with the next show. Yeah. Box is in the middle and Jocelyn and Kentley. Uh-huh. And Jocelyn is supposed to do the camera. Yep. Yep. Yeah, that brown wire, that reddish color. I think it showed one like Well, let's give these kids a round of applause for coming out in this fitting showing class today. I think this young man comes to the top pretty easy for me today. Heifer's handling a little better than the. When I start talking about your heifer, you just go ahead and lead that heifer out and take her right on out the gate. Just go get it going. The young man, heifer handled a little bit better than the young lady with the nice red heifer here coming in second. The red heifer handled a little bit better than this big, powerful black heifer coming in third. The young lady coming in third, go ahead and lead that heifer out if you would. Young lady coming in third today, again, did a nice job. Heifer just not handling quite as nice as the red heifer up above her. There again, in saying that, this black heifer gets over the young man coming in fourth. The young lady just gets that heifer set up just a little bit better than the young man coming in fourth. Fourth place heifer over the fifth place heifer. Heifer again just handled a little bit better than the young lady coming in. Heifer just a little more, a little better clipping job perhaps on that top line. Young lady coming out with the young man in there with a nice red heifer. Again, he did a nice job. I'd just like him maybe to pay a little bit more attention to the judge. The young lady coming out with the cross heifer. Again, young lady did a nice job. Heifer just doesn't want to cooperate today. We'll give him another round of applause. you could take this class and place them any way you wanted. I'm going to start with the young lady with the jersey, and she handled the cow well, or the heifer, excuse me. Go ahead and lead her out if you would. When I start talking to you, just lead them on out. Cow or the Jersey heifer, she handled nice. She's really got, you got to work on setting that heifer up, and we talked about that. Young lady coming in second. Probably could have switched those if you wanted to go either which way. Heifer maybe just not handling quite as nice as the Jersey today. Followed by the young lady in first or third. I had her in first. Had her in line here. Heifer pulled up, kind of ski wampus. We talked about it. Take her back out, reset her up. I drop her to third. Young man coming in fourth. Again, heifer not handling quite as nice today. We just may pay a little bit more attention to the judge. Young man coming in fifth. Again, did a nice job. Just like if you're gonna body clip those heifers, we need to clean those legs up a little bit. Did a good job. Young lady coming in sixth there. Again, she did a nice job. Heifer just not wanting to cooperate today, and sometimes that's just the way it goes. But again, give these kids a round of applause. just two heifers in this class, but again, two nice made heifers that are not similar in make or style. I'm going to start with the red heifer that's really angular. Love that depth and sweep of rib. Heifer that's got a nice clean flat bone to hock. Taking nothing away from the big growthy heifer coming in second. Heifer just doesn't have that style and balance as a real fancy stylish heifer coming out in first. Give these kids a round of applause. In this class of December calves, I think this Jersey heifer, she works her way to the top pretty easy for me to go ahead and take that heifer out. She works her way to the top pretty easy for me today. Certainly the most correct, the most stylish, well-balanced heifer in the class. Love that just overall dairy strength. followed by the red heifer coming in second. You go ahead and lead that heifer out. This red heifer, again, a extremely well-balanced heifer. I just like to give her a little more style. Doesn't have quite the style as a Jersey heifer. I like to clean her up in that head and neck a little bit and clean her up in that hock too. Followed by the big Holstein heifer. Again, just not the balance, not quite the style as a red heifer, but a nice made heifer. Followed by the young man coming in fourth. Again, another nice heifer, just not the depth and overall size, scale, and balance, even though she is a cross heifer. Followed by the young lady coming here. Again, another nice made heifer. Again, just like to get a little more growth to her for her age to get her up any higher today. Go ahead and give these kids another round of applause. Three nice heifers. You could argue any way to place them, but I prefer the white heifer today. I think the heifer just a little more angular throughout than is the big, powerful black heifer. Go ahead and take that white heifer out if you would. I start talking, take them on out. Just a little more angular, a little more dairy character than the big, powerful black heifer coming in second. Second over our third place heifer, just a little more drop to that rear rib than is our third place heifer. I love the angularity of the third place heifer. Heifer that's just not real comfortable on those feet and legs today. It's because of that drop to the rear rib of our second place heifer, and more comfortable on her hind legs than the red heifer today. It gets them in this place. Thanks. Give them a round of applause.
Attention fairgoers, we need you to drop what you're doing and look around. We're missing a young girl. She's 7 years old. Her name is Elena. She's got blonde hair, long, with blue eyes, and she was last seen at the food court. If you find Elena, you bring her to the fair office. Thank you.
This class kind of lines up pretty easy for him today. I'm going to start with the black heifer here. Heifer is just a little more style, a little more balance than the big, powerful white heifer coming in second. Taking nothing away from the heifer in second, just not quite that dairy character through that head and neck, not quite the style and balance as the big black heifer in first. Second over third, just a little more heifer, a little more depth and openness of rib than this nice made heifer coming in third.
Attention fairgoers, there's a dark gray Ford Super Duty, license plate 8F9PT. You're parked in a restricted spot behind the Home Arts Building. Again, that's a dark gray Ford Super Duty, license 8F9PT. You're parked in a restricted spot behind the Home Arts Building. We need you to move your car immediately, or your truck immediately, please. Thanks.
4 heifers in this class. This heifer, this young lady with this heifer in first, she gets herself up there pretty easy today. Just a beautiful, hard-topped heifer. Love the depth and openness of rib, particularly that forerib. Love that cleanness of bone to that hock. Followed by the young lady with the heifer in second. Heifer that kind of fits that pattern as our first place heifer. Just not quite the size, not quite as much balance as that first place heifer. Followed by the young lady with the big, powerful heifer coming in third. Heifer just got a little more depth and drop to that rib than is our nice, growthy heifer coming in fourth. Give the kids a round of applause. I wouldn't argue if you wanted to switch the top two, but I'm going to start with the black heifer. Heifer just got a little more style, a little more balance, just a little bit more drop to that rear rib, fore rib than our heifer coming in second. Heifer in second, just a little more angular, a little more dairy than this big, powerful brown Swiss heifer.
Shelby and Dakota Warren, please come to the fair office in the Home Arts building. Shelby and Dakota Warren.
We'll go ahead and start this class with this Jersey. Again, I think this Jersey heifer, she kind of gets to the top pretty easy for him today. Heifer just a little more dairy all the way through than is our big, powerful white heifer coming in second. Heifer's more dairy. She's more angular, a little more style than the big, powerful, well-balanced heifer coming in second. And it's that balance and the drop to the fore rib, and Rare Rib that gets her over the big, well-grown heifer coming in third. Let's give these kids a round of applause today for bringing these heifers out. It's not easy to have to come to the show and do all this. You'd rather be, I don't know, swimming pool or chasing the boys or chasing the girls. But these 4 heifers I pulled out, these are kind of my type of heifers. I love that style and angularity of them. I love the openness of rib, the dairiness from head to toe. I'll go out and slap my grand, junior champion, reserve, and then honorable mention in that order. I really like this big, powerful heifer here. Heifer that's got extreme dairiness from head to toe. Heifer, you love that stretch, angularity, the correctness from hooks to pins. Heifer, you walking on an exceptional feet of legs. Followed by our stylish, well-balanced Jersey heifer coming in for our reserve. Again, a nice heifer that's made well. Heifer that's dairy, angular all the way through. Heifer that maybe just not quite that style, maybe not quite that balance as that first place heifer. Followed by our young lady with our Holstein for our honorable mention. Again, the heifer that kind of fits that pattern as our other 2 heifers. Heifer maybe just doesn't have quite that rib structure as our heifers above her today, but a heifer that follows that pattern. Followed by our young man, I pulled him in there for 4th place. Again, another heifer that fits that angularity, that style, and well-balanced pattern. Let's give these kids another round of applause for coming out today.
Thanks all for coming out to the Heifer Show. We'd like to thank Blair for coming and doing the judging. It's never easy when the heifers are so happy to be here. And that wraps it up for a year. Thank you. Also, in the dairy barn is the board with the sponsors. If we didn't have those sponsors, we wouldn't be able to have this show. As you go to their businesses, make sure you tell them thank you. They make the show possible. Have a good evening.